Yeah, we got that stuff. And
It's too fundamental to the.
some of it just get through it.
Yeah, it's persistent.
And it's stuff that probably that doesn't recognize is really junk mail. And you can still put them into your block list and they still come through.
Yes, some of them are very creative. I received one. Well, my husband.
I'm calling the meeting of the Texas State Technological College Board of Regents to order. It is on Thursday, November the 8th, at 2018 year at 12:31. Jonathan, if you would do an invocation for us.
Yes, sir. Let's pray. Lord God, thank you so much for the opportunity for us to lead this institution. Lord, I just pray an extra measure of wisdom on this group as we go about doing the business of the college. Lord, we thank you for our students and our industry partners and those that we serve. Lord, we just pray we can do it humbly and graciously, Lord. Lord, we just pray for our students, pray that for their well-being, pray for all the people that, and give thanks for the people that contributed to this meeting. Lord, we just pray your blessings and protection as people go back home as we conclude. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Jonathan, thank you very much. We need to determine a quorum. We'll call off.
Ivan Adasa present.
Pat McDonald, present.
Curtis Cleveland, present.
Alex Mead present.
Tony Abad, present.
Ella Skinner present.
Keith Honey, present.
John Hatchell present. We do have a quorum. Adoption of the agenda. We'll now consider the agenda for approval. Are there any comments or amendments to the agenda? If not, need a motion.
Motion's approved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion approved. Approval of the minutes. This will be for August 8th and 9th meetings. You all have copies of the minutes in your package. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. Are there any changes or suggestions to the minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, indicate all in favor by aye.
Aye.
And motion approved. Thank you. Recognition of guests. Do we have any special guests to be recognized? Don't see any. Just see a bunch of good staff members. Chancellor's comments.
Yes, sir, I have some. Thank you very much. If I could, I'd like to do a couple housekeeping items before I get started. The first is that in the past few days, we've received notice from the governor's office that he'll be having a appointees orientation session. And this is the first time that I remember TSTC being invited to one of his orientation sessions. If some of you may have already received an email directly from the governor's office with a save the date, and we'll provide you with a copy of that save the date before you leave. As I recall, it's December 12th, 18th. It'll be in the Capitol. If you can make it, the information that you get from the governor's office will ask that you just respond directly to them with your RSVP. To make it easy on you, if you're someone who doesn't spend a lot of time in the Capitol, our legislative team will help out. You can count on them to, for example, meet you that morning, show you where the room is and all of that sort of stuff, just to make it easier on you. You can count on Roger and his team to help you out should you be able to attend that session. Some of the new members, next item is some of the new members will be attending the annual Co-Board Leadership Conference. I think Pat and Tiffany are coming this time. As you recall, all of you have been to it. It's required in order for you to vote on a budget. This is a 2.5-day affair. The really important day is the first day. That's when you're getting the requisite training that you need in order to sit and vote on a budget. And so I know I'll be there. The chairman traditionally comes to. If you ever want a refresher on some of the stuff that's done there, you can always come, and we'll keep you posted on those sorts of things. And then finally, one other event, on a biennial basis, and maybe more frequently if you want it, we will repeat the planning sessions that we had 2 years ago when we put together our WIGs. In the ideal, we'll do those in November. This time we're just running a little bit late because we've got new regents and we're waiting for everybody to get here. So Chairman Hatchell picked January. That's good for us because that's at the beginning of our budgeting cycle. And in preparation, it'll be something similar to what we did last time. We'll have some outside experts in. We'll have some folks talking about the economy and forecasting what's going to happen. We'll have some sector experts. And we'll lay the groundwork for the years ahead that TSTC will operate in, and then we'll dive into to our strategies and come out with a reaffirmation, or if you'd like, a tweak of the strategic goals that we have today. In preparation for that, your management team will begin to forward to you, beginning next week, reading opportunities. We promise we won't send you a book. But we will send you a sufficient volume that if you leave it to the end, it'll be too much to absorb at once. So I offer this recommendation. It's only about a 10-minute read every time you get one. So if you have time, check those out when we send them to you in the weeks ahead, and we'll do them throughout the holiday and all the way up to January. And so, and the first one you'll get addresses the fact that the demographics of higher ed are about to shift, and it's a matter of math, and you'll find that a really interesting read. Okay.
Mr. Chancellor, before
Yes.
Remind the board also that the meeting for February has also been compressed to this January day.
We moved the board meeting up. Yes, okay. I'm sorry, yeah, I forgot that part. The original meeting was scheduled for February 7th or 8th or something like that. We moved it forward a week and then added the 2 days for the planning so that you only have to travel to Waco once, instead of coming for the planning and then a week later coming for the board meeting. And if that fits, if your schedule allows for that to happen, we'll send you electronically a reminder of here's the dates, and hopefully that fits into the schedule. So back on Monday, Chairman Hatchell does what he does before each meeting, and that is he comes over to campus and we sit down and go through the entire board book together. And as we were going through all that, one of the things he shared with me is the fact that enrollment remains the sort of thing that everybody's interested in. And as we discussed that and other indicators of success that we use here at TSTC, he asked me if I would dedicate my comments to what I like what he called it, Enrollment 101. he particularly thought it would be important, given that we have new regions who are still beginning to soak on the notion of how enrollment works at TSTC and why it is an important indicator of success, but not the only one. And so I've got a couple slides I'm going to run you through, and then I'm going to actually do a little whiteboard work, which is the way he and I talked about it, and he liked it, and he said, do that. I want him to see that right there. So, critical indicators of success. That's the general topic that we'll talk about. So, every time I do a presentation to you, I will invoke our WIGs, because if it doesn't relate to one of the WIGs, why are we talking about it? And so the notion of these successes have to do with WIG 1, which is place more Texans in great paying jobs. In other words, grow the number of people that we put into the workplace and then grow their aggregate salaries. Those happen to be the two metrics that drive our funding formula. And so that's what my topic will pertain to today. Each one of you runs a business or otherwise has business experience, and you're well aware that in the business world, in the commercial world, there are indicators of success that you can review a company's performance really quickly by just looking at those kind of indicators. And we're really used to things like market share and unit sales and units per customer revenue, total sales, net profits and market caps. I mean, those are things we're used to. If you have an investment portfolio, you should be familiar with these kinds of things. These are a way that you can look at a firm really quickly and have an idea of how they're doing. Interestingly, higher ed has analogous kinds of indicators. And in some cases, they have a really tight overlap. They're essentially the same thing. But they can be confusing because in our higher ed jargon, they're referred to in a completely different way. And I'll show you an example. Enrollment is actually just the commercial version of how many customers do we have. That's what enrollment is. Semester credit hours is how many units of product are we selling. Semester credit hour per student or tuition per student, ratios like that are an indication of whether you're penetrating each customer with a greater number or a smaller number of sales units. Like a restaurant is concerned with what's the average ticket per table. And they want to, of course, drive the ticket per table up. And the reason is your fixed cost then gets spread over a better revenue profile. Likewise, we do that. Tuition is really nothing more than total sales. It's the sort of thing that if we were doing an income statement in a conventional fashion, that tuition line would be total sales. Now, here's where it begins to diverge. And I'll explain in a minute why that happens. But since we receive funding from two different sources, that is fee for services from the student customers, and then state funding from the state of Texas, we have two forms of revenue streams for similar activities. And in that case, we've got placements. Nobody counts in our funding formula until they're placed in Texas, and then aggregate student salaries. And so that is the total value of the students that we placed in the Texas economy, and it's that number that drives our funding formula. So the way you can look at these is how they drive our revenues. The red ones on the top are our conventional college activities. That is the teaching and learning that we do. And each of these is a leading indicator to the one final lag indicator or success, which is your total sales. In the 2018 budget, that's right at $45 million for TSTC. So those metrics right there are the way in which we know how are we doing operationally toward the goal of improving revenues in the Classic College efforts. Likewise, once the people are done with college and we put our students into the workplace, the second revenue stream kicks in, and that is the funding out of the state of Texas. Placements and in our 2018 budget, that number is just a tick shy of $90 million. So in the scheme of things, and this is really important to note, that these are lead indicators to the success of this, and these are lead indicators into the success of our funding formula. For that reason, if we want to have an idea of whether our operation is trending positively or trending negatively toward those two revenue streams, these are the key metrics that we want to look at. They interact with each other. There's no doubt about it. For example, if we had an enrollment of 1, there's a theoretical limit to how many units of product you could sell one student. So they clearly interact. So there's a benefit to having more customers, because that also improves the theoretical limit to how many units of product we can sell them. And so forth. They interact. And so there is a practical limit to how much tuition revenue we can receive based on how many students we have in the college at one given time. Additionally, you can't place more than you teach. So enrollment informs our theoretical limits in terms of the placement side too. So enrollment is kind of the beginning metric, and the rest are a more nuanced understanding of the efficacy of our operation. So does that make sense? And by the way, I really didn't intend for this to be a lecture. If you guys have questions or want to interrupt me, I hope you will. Okay, so with that in mind, I want to turn to enrollment for just a second, because one of the things, since we did this on a piece of paper, John said it's totally okay if you do a whiteboard, so I hope you'll forgive me as we go to something uncharacteristic. But this will help. One of the interesting things about the question of what's your enrollment is that within higher ed there are about 12 or 15 different answers, all of which are acceptable. And it depends on who's asking and what information you or what insight you want to infer to the operation. In fact, I remember reading once in the Chronicle of Higher Ed, they had a rather tongue-in-cheek article about the story of a president saying, "What's our enrollment?" and getting 6 different answers. And all of them were true. And I'll give you, for example, an enrollment can be a point in time. In other words, what's our enrollment today? Enrollment can also be a period of time. How many distinct, unique students did we have this year? That's usually referred to as unduplicated headcount. The other question could be, how many students did we have occupying spots in the year? And in that case, Charlie, the student, would count 2 times, once for fall, once for spring, and then again in summer if they went to summer school. And in that case, you'd have 1 student counted 3 times. So when the question of enrollment is a really complicated one, even within the sector itself. But for our purposes, what we really want to talk about is what's the enrollment that's likely going to lead to a placement at the end, because that's our final metric of success. And so with that in mind, here's how enrollment works for us, is a term begins And a student can join into an enrollment cohort only 3 times a year, give or take. We'll make this really simple, but generally 3 times a year: fall, spring, and summer semester. So when a cohort begins, you've got a number of students that began. And the way we look at it in higher ed is, this is defined as a cohort. These are all folks who started at the same time. Now, theoretically, in a perfect world, what would happen is these people would spend time with us, let's say 2 years, and at the end, we would graduate this many people out into the workplace. That would be a perfect world scenario. Say 100 kids begin, 100 kids end, 100 kids go to work, we're in really good shape. But we all know that doesn't happen at all. So the first part that's really important about enrollment is when a cohort begins, we're at the highest number we're possibly going to have. And as every week goes by thereafter, that number is going to naturally get smaller. We will have people drop out, we will have people leave and go to work, we'll have all kinds of other reasons why it'll continue to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And so the first is that the cohort always starts at its biggest, and by its nature will get smaller as time goes by. What that means is, if you ask me, what's our enrollment today, then what I will have to do is take each of these cohorts. Wait, before I go there, let me say, so here's what happens with a cohort. They go like this. Starts big, ends small. And at this point, they have reached their conclusion. So that's the way a cohort will travel through the college. The thing about it is that we have people leaving the cohort on a regular basis. And there's a couple different kinds of leavers, mainly 2. The leavers who have gone to work and gotten a great job, hopefully they've graduated before they do that, but they've gone to work and great job. Now they're going to count in the bottom number. But like most 2-year colleges, we have a very large number of people who leave because life happens. They drop out. College isn't for them, whatever. Those rates are different at different colleges, but it's not unusual at a 2-year college that 50% of the students that start a fall semester are gone before the beginning of the next semester. 50%. That is a normal attrition rate in the 2-year sector. So what that means is each one of these cohorts, we have a spring semester, then we have a fall semester. And if you were to ask me what's our, and these stack up because we've got all these recurring terms, you know, before this semester there was another one up here and there was another one up here. So when you ask me what's enrollment, if you were asking me what's the enrollment today, what will happen is we will have a point in time and we'll add up this amount plus this amount plus this amount and tell you how many students we have. They're constantly flowing through. So, what this means is that if you just stopped taking in new students in a period of, for a typical 2-year school, in a period of 2 or 3 years, most of the students would be gone. Although the last figures I looked at in the Higher Ed Almanac, which you guys get mailed to your house, the 6-year graduation rate at TSTC in Waco was 19%. That meant there were people who had been here 6 years and they were just graduating. 19% of the people who stay 6 years graduate. That's a better way to say that. So we have some people that are in the pipeline a really long time. So it's naturally going to grow smaller. What that naturally means then is this, is our enrollment looks kind of like a pipeline, where we have students moving through, we have students leaving, some are graduating, and some are dropping out. And then we have a bunch of students coming in. Actually, let's call these just the graduates. These are the dropouts. These are the ones that are leaving without a desired result. And so when you ask, what's our enrollment? We could give you a number of how many are totally in the pipeline. We could just give you a point in time. And if you were to ask me at the second week of the semester, you're going to get a way higher number than if you wait until week 12 and you ask me again, because we've lost hundreds of students between week 2 and week 12 of a typical fall semester. Hundreds. So the way that things, here's what that means. Since these naturally taper out to 0, the marketing and effort is incredibly crucial. You have to be in a constant state of renewing the raw material, if you will, into the pipeline. You've got to be selling like crazy. And if your dropout rate were to stay the same, and your graduation rate were to go up, in order to keep your overall enrollment level, it means you're selling more too. So you're going to see later in the board meeting some actual data. We're going to show you all kinds of data about some of these key indicators. Rick is going to do it during his presentation. And one of the things, the central themes that you're going to see about this is this number right here of graduating and placing. TSTC is rocketing bigger every year. Bigger and bigger and bigger every year. And the salaries that they are earning are growing even faster than the number of students we're putting in the workplace. At almost twice the rate. So our level of success for the blue revenue stream is just heading off the charts. It's absolutely wonderful. But here's the crazy thing is every single time we put a kid to work, we better put another kid or two in the front of the pipeline, or our enrollment is going to tank. So what you'll see overall is we've got some places to focus. When we switch to the new funding formula, this is naturally the place we put our focus first. How do we get more of our kids placed, through the pipeline, placed into a job, and how can we get their salaries higher? And that's an ongoing effort. We're going to keep doing that. The next thing we realized is if we're putting more of them out of the pipeline, we've got to do a way better job of marketing, and we've been doing that too. Our number of apps, way up. Our number of new students, way up. We have actually gotten to where we're matching the input to the output. And what that means is the throughput is higher. Now, what we've come to conclude though is we have a weak spot right here. We have opportunity for improvement in terms of getting more of the kids through to this end and not this end. And many colleges have this kind of challenge. But now that we've converged into a single school, we've got an opportunity in a way we've never had before. And you'll hear Rick probably talk about some of that. But what you'll find the management team is going to focus on is a metric indicating how we do it in terms of reducing this number in order to increase this number right here. This is how we get paid. The bigger share of our money is right here. So 2-3 years ago, Jeff took over marketing, and he put, and Kim is here, she's our recruiting boss, and they began doing a much better job of getting more apps, working the sales funnel, and getting kids from application and into a college seat and into this pipeline. And we've certainly done a way better job of taking the kids that are in the pipeline and putting them to work. In the years ahead, this is where we're going to turn our attention, because we think we've got these two sides well underway. And that's where we're headed in terms of enrollment and why we're heading that way. Does that make sense? Okay.
How long do they have to be in one of our seats for us to get credit for placement?
9 hours.
9 hours. Now, so somebody that's here 2 weeks,
No. They have to complete 9 hours, meaning 3 classes with us.
so everybody's falling through the middle.
We get paid a sizable amount of money for people who fall out the bottom, provided they get a good job. The average salary for a person who falls out the bottom and goes to work and we get paid for is half those who complete. So we get 50 cents for a student placed here, as opposed to the dollar we get over here. So it's really in their best interest and ours to get them into a mature technician before they exit out the bottom. But we do get paid some here. Another way to look at this, if we go back to our corporate thing, is we need to move the volume from a low margin outcome to a high margin outcome.
How much money would we have come in on 90 million?
I'm sorry, I don't
How much
understand.
money from the state would they owe us on that $90 million?
90 million is what they owe us. That is what they pay us.
Not what we get, is it?
Yeah, how much are they paying?
Yeah, no, 90 million is what we get.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's their funding to us. How much did we earn?
Oh, yeah.
About 120 million.
Yeah.
So why don't you show the 120 million?
Show it to you? Well, I can tell you, what I'm describing is what we actually receive for our work. And then there is the political matter of, are we fully funded and the reason I showed you these numbers is to give you a relative notion of how much we get paid directly by the student versus how much we get paid by the state.
But if I'm one of the legislators and I'm looking at this live stream right now, I've just said, you know what, they just settled for $90 million.
Oh, no, we haven't this is just a primer for y'all. We talk differently to the legislators. When we're talking to the legislators, we say, here's how much we earned and here's what you paid us. And you'll hear directly from Roger in terms of the conversations we're having with the legislature right now.
So
What John asked me for was,
My question is still, what is the real number?
Yeah,
It's not 90 million.
his point is, we've earned 120, but we only got paid 90.
yes, that's
So if
true.
I'm in a business, I'm going to put $30 million either still owing or into bad debt.
We could try to book it that way, but when we send our demand letter to the legislature, I don't.
No, I understand that you all have a different accounting system, but I think it's only right that you show us what the real number would be, not what you collected,
Okay,
or show us both numbers.
we will. We'll show you whatever you want. We'll always show you whatever.
No,
you
I
want.
understand. I'm just saying,
In Roger's presentation, we will show you a slide that has both of those numbers. You'll see that later in the meeting. Okay, so you'll get an idea of how the 90 million is actually 120. Last session, we got 94 million, but we actually earned, according to the conventional metrics of the formula, about 126. Next session, we have no idea what will get funded, but we will have earned 130 something million.
I just have a quick question on the coming, replenishing our new students. I know that we had changed our strategy. The outreach was some more non-traditional advertising methods that we don't see, but the kids do. How's that worked out?
In terms of attracting,
Yes, we noticed an uptick in interest and.
I'm sorry, I can't tell you our ratio of traditional versus non-traditional standing here right now, but I will get you that.
I just maybe if we notice an uptick in what we usually got in inquiries into TSTC as to when we started doing the new marketing.
What you'll see in the presentation is in the last 3 years, our new student enrollment numbers are positive in comparison to the folks that are falling off the 500 returning students. And the trend.
No, he's asking about an age, traditional versus non-traditional.
I'm sorry. I mean, we started advertising differently
Yes.
with more technology and things that no more the newspapers, but more the
Mobile
stuff that
apps.
we don't see. Yeah. And we'll never see the ad, but some of these people do. So have you noticed an uptick in?
We would contribute that to what Rick will show you later as an increase in new student sales. Because typically what we are able to be effective at selling to is the traditional high school student market. Those ones that are cycling in falls and one falls are larger intakes. And those types of mediums that we've employed over the last few years target those high school age range students. And that's what we're showing, have shown lift in. The challenge to the other side is the non-traditional, the older than 25 student, which typically the spring and the summer cycles are when you see more of them either show up or not, depending upon the unemployment trends. So,
The other thing, what you'll hear from the gang as you see this, is often our constraints are not, how many are we able to attract, it's how many can we actually hold. For example, the Hutto location is about 95% full. There's not a whole lot of new that we can put in there without radically changing. We might have to start doing classes on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's a whole different market, and marketing is to get that kind of group in. And we aren't far away from that situation at Fort Bend. And it could be that Red Oak in a couple of years will begin to hit its head, not on how many kids can we get interested in us, but how many can we physically handle.
one of the other larger or higher level indicators that you'll see in Rick's presentation is in attacking that traditional high school market that typically follows the economic trends, whether employment's high or low. 2 years continued to follow that, but we've actually in the last 3 years diverged away from that trend line for the first time.
I'm going to show them that next.
Which will show what you're looking for right here.
Mike, before we get away from the pipeline,
Yes.
of the number of students entering the pipeline, what percentage do we graduate?
Each location is a little bit different, and the way the graduation rate, I will answer your question, is it depends. But our graduation rate when compared to the rest of the sector is among the highest in the state. We graduate with the intended outcome somewhere in the 30 to 45% range, give or take.
30 or 45% of the students entering the system graduate.
That's right. With the intended credentials. Some only want a Cert 1, others want a Cert 2, others want an associate degree.
And that's on top of the ones that drop out. So it's 30 to 45% of that 50% that get to the end. That's pretty good.
No. That 30% is of the beginning cohort.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we lose people, we tend to lose people early.
Okay.
We lose them and that's typical in the two-year sector. We lose them in the first semester or maybe early in the second semester. And once they get past, and that's part of our strategies in terms of improving this condition, is get them through the second semester. Because statistically, once you get them to the end of the second semester, you're probably going to keep them all the way to the end. Now compare that, the big giant metro schools, for example, Austin Community College, Dallas, Houston, they have a graduation rate of probably between 3 and 9%. And the reason is they are smothered with casual students, with people who are just trying to figure out what they're going to do in life. And one of the advantages we have is when our students come here, they already kind of have a goal in mind. I'm going to be a welder. I'm going to be a robot technician. I'm going to be a pilot. And so there isn't a whole lot of career exploration stuff going on here like there is in a community college. Plus, we don't have folks coming in saying, I need to take a bookkeeping class just to make myself stronger at work. Our curricula doesn't lend itself to that kind of, but the community colleges do. And when those students just kind of wander in to take a class or two, that counts in their overall percentages.
So 30 to 45% graduate from those coming in.
That's right.
That's
Depending on how long they've been here. If you get that big, look in the Higher Ed Almanac when you get home, and you'll see that we are among the best in Texas there.
I think that's a pretty impressive percentage.
It is. And if I could, let me show you another thing where we're being pretty dang impressive. This has two curves on it. The dark curve is the unemployment rate in Texas. The light curve is the number of students in the community colleges. This is their enrollment. And I think you see the correlation. And you've heard us say before, college enrollment tends to trend with the economy. And so this is way back to 2008, about when the recession hit, and boom, the unemployment rate goes up. Well, what do unemployed people do? Many of them go, I think I'll go to school and improve my skills. And so off they go to college. And so you can see that the community colleges, the important part is, Texas community colleges, now this does not include dual credit. This is the main college body. If you look at this year, this has shrunk again. This is our marketplace. This is our sector. It is a shrinking sector because the economy is really hot and jobs are not that hard to find right now. Great jobs are hard to find because you have to have the skills. But a lot of people are choosing between, do I go to work for 12 bucks an hour or do I go to college? And then in 2 years, I'll make 25 bucks an hour. And that decision is being made every day by kids. So this is the community colleges in Texas. Here is the reason why this declining enrollment is going to continue to get worse. This is the first article you're going to get out of us in preparation for the planning session. This is the Hechinger report, and it is a demographic summary of what the demographics of college are going to be going forward. And what happened is early in this millennium, families, the birth rate went down. And the number of people in the generation began to shrink because we're at the tail end of the boomers. And so if you project the demographics out, what that means is starting in 2025, the number of kids that traditionally would be going to college is going to continue to shrink down. And so this is a future we've got to begin to prepare ourselves today for. And what I would suggest, and what your management team agrees is we need to shift to the notion of market share in a declining market. Not what's our absolute customer count, but what's our share of the market, and are we beating the market? That would be the indication. Now, in addition to that, we have to find new markets, we have to do stuff like that. What the community colleges have done, by the way, in response to this, is they went out and attacked the dual credit market. But I sat in the governor's office yesterday with probably 12 CEOs out of the community college, and to a person they all said, oh, we break even at best on dual credit. We're just doing it for the volume. We're doing it because we think it might be a marketing tool. But we're breaking even at best. And so in order to get their head count buoyed up, they've attacked a product line that has virtually no margin for them and a questionable marketing value. And what I think TSTC is going to have to decide is, where are we going to attack to try to continue to grow? Will it be products like that, or will it be things that have a better benefit for the student and the college? So this is a reality we'll have to begin to plan for right here. These two lines show that same unemployment rate in Texas and TSTC's enrollment. So the yellow line is TSTC. Those of you who were here in 15 remember when we had that Regents dinner over at Culinary, and I had people come in and go, and they told me what happened, and I revealed to you, I have bad news, our enrollment just fell 7%. And the new guys, the old guys, you remember that one. In fact, I remember your exact words. You said, well, that's a hell of a thing. That's exactly what you said. So this was the year of the merger, and we took our eye off the ball. We didn't keep our momentum going because we were busy crunching ourselves together. And that was, admittedly, we just didn't do it. So what did we do? We responded. And this was that first enormous jump. You add another on here, and it's roughly level out that way. But here's the important part is, if you're in a declining market and you're able to stay relatively level, you're actually growing. Your market share is getting bigger. Because if the rest of the market is shrinking and you're staying level, you're beating the market. And that has to do with a lot of things. It is more sales in, it's keeping them there, getting them to their objectives. So that's where we are right now. And as we face the future, we've got to ask ourselves, in a sector that isn't going to have the go-go, constantly growing new raw material of the 20th century, how is it that we're going to behave as a firm going forward in that? And so that was part of what I wanted to show you today, and get ready for our discussions about how we're going to attack this and how we're going to meet that goal of place more Texans in great paying jobs. So here's those two data sets side by side, just to kind of give you, here's TSTC's uptick. We were following right along with the rest of the market, and here's our uptick, and here's the community colleges, and this one continued to taper down. So I think we're doing pretty good from the standpoint of how we're doing against the market. Can we be better? We can always be better. But there's our challenge right there. And in the rest of the meeting today, you're going to get all kinds of data that have insights into this and these other crucial factors. So I had to so again, in how many customers do we have? How many units are we selling? How many units per customer? And by the way, we're growing in things like how many units are we selling and how many units per customer. What's our total tuition? We're growing our total sales. Year over year for 3 years, we're growing our total sales. Placements and aggregate salaries, we're growing all these. Everything here except enrollment is growing. Enrollment is level. If you're going to have level customer base, but you can sell more products to each one of your customers, that's the exact response you want while you're still trying to get more customers.
And Mike, how much of the enrollment, I mean, you say we're level, we've seen an uptick.
You'll see that in Rick's stuff. Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe we will. How much is from the new locations?
A lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the older locations are either level or off a little.
So we're seeing a decline in our traditional.
That's not a complete surprise. When you open a location, when you take a traditional location like Waco, and then you open a campus 70 miles north, and then you open another campus 70 miles south, you're going to collect up students from those regions that otherwise would have come to Waco. So we really shouldn't be surprised that, that the traditionals, the two big campuses are level or off a little while the young startups are growing. It doesn't mean we're not continuing to try to grow. And as we continue to evolve our product mix, I think you'll see that everybody will start to grow to the extent we can. And we'll show you those data. And what we are looking for is a dialogue with you all that allows us to be sure that you're seeing what you want to see to get an idea of what kind of progress we're making. And so we're starting that with you today. So critical indicators are really important for us. Check this out. So, you know that old notion of what gets measured gets done? Well, here the pointy-headed bosses said, we're going to measure how many software bugs we get fixed. Well, the programmers are going, all right, because they're also the ones who code the bugs. And so the point of this cartoon is take great care when you pick what you're going to measure, because an organization will naturally drive its behavior toward that metric. And so I thought this was a rather humorous conclusion to the whole idea of let's look at the things that actually indicate our success and our challenges that are going to come our way in the market that we're in today. So I thought that was pretty funny. But you didn't. That's all right. Okay, that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman. Unless you have more questions.
I got a question. So just to use an example, we have 1,000 students enter that pipeline.
Right, this one's.
Do we turn in 1,000 Social Security numbers to the state?
Yes.
When they enter?
Yes.
And then to use your earlier statistic, 60%, we'll just say 60% don't graduate.
Eventually don't, yeah.
So they fall out of the bottom.
Yes.
But if they go to work somewhere, the state still pays us?
Yes. If they have 9 hours, and if they go to work in Texas, and if they have a wage that exceeds minimum wage.
So how does the state know whether they completed 9 hours or not?
The value, here's how that works is, the COBOARD gets data from every college in Texas every term on a constant feed. The COBOARD could look at your academic record in their database. They could look, they know every student in every course in every school, they have all of those data. So when a student starts at TSTC, they get captured by the return value process. Once they hit the 9 hours, then they're triggered in as an eligible student. And then when they fall off the rolls of an enrolled student at TSTC, and the method actually tracks but is blind to whether they graduated or not. They capture the fact, but it doesn't impact the formula. And so as soon as they disappear off of the rolls, they put them on the, this is a provisional lever at TSTC, and they wait 1 year. The reason they wait is some students stop out and come back, and so they don't want to capture them prematurely. Other students may be transferring to another school, and therefore they don't count in our formula yet. After a year goes by, they will then start to look for that student in the Texas workforce data. And when they find that student in the Texas workforce data, they start counting his or her earnings for a 5-year period. And then that salary is compared to minimum wage, and the extent to which it exceeds minimum wage is then dumped into the aggregate salary bucket. And every session, that bucket full of all of our levers is then informs the formula. Did that?
So back to Elsa's point, we need a little card that says, we earned 120 million.
We're going to show you that. Roger's going to show you that.
He's going to show us how we collect it.
If we knew the magic button for that, we would have been pushing that one. So did I do the enrollment 101 that you wanted?
I covered that.
Okay.
Any other questions of the Chancellor? If not, thank you, sir. We'll now move to committee reports and minute orders. The first one is going to be student learning and student development. Regent Abad.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. This morning we had a great discussion with the student learning with Jeff and his team. They did an outstanding job. Appreciate Regent Tremont joining us this morning. It hopefully it was educational for you, and you'll start figuring out the questions and all that to get a bigger picture. But this morning we don't have any minute orders for this meeting, but we do have a couple of reports out that we'll get reviewed. We'll get the presentation from Jeff and Rick. However, I would like to point out there on your book, you do have the summer 2018 honor graduates, and this list requires no approval or action, but we do want to recognize a group. These are 42 honor graduates. And as a whole, we want to thank them for their effort. We want to publicly acknowledge them and give them a good old attaboy because they deserve it. They deserve that 4.0. So I salute them. Starting this fall, another great thing that I think is going on just for that, for recognizing them. Starting this fall, each of the campus provosts is going to start recognizing them. They're going to be hosting receptions for them and their families. And I would hope that us as regents would participate in that, would get a list of those particular dates and whatnot that we would go and just say how much we're proud of them, and as well as their family. Education is very, very important for their family as well as ours. So make plans, if you will, to attend. That'd be great. There, along with in your workbook, you'll see also the student loan default report. It's great news. It's gone down. It's and we'll be able to touch on that. Jeff or Rick will be able to go into detail on that. But that's just another indication of the efforts that continue to get better for TSTC and the students. Nobody likes debt, especially when we're trying to get the life, get into a job and getting some money on that. But I really enjoyed the report. I'm looking forward to the greater things that are happening that are coming down the pike, and to bring those details further as we go into next year. And that concludes the report.
If I may add, Mr. Chairman, Rick and I will share some of these reports together. I'll to add to the student loan default rate. We have been under 15% for 3 years now, as low as 7, as you'll see in your board book. Region and Darza got us on that number a few years ago. We really want to thank not just the partner that we use, Wright International, WISS, but really want to compliment the folks in our front lines in financial aid in the job they're doing counseling our students on the front end, cautioning them on the amount of debt that they will carry, because there's a lot of loans that are available to our students. So they caution them on debt as a whole, and also began to counsel them on the responsibilities of repayment once you finish that. So I really want to thank those Rick's financial aid teams of in that. Inside the numbers on the chart, you'll also be happy to see that over that same time frame, the raw number of students that are carrying debt, those that are in repayment, has decreased from 3,700 roughly to 3,000. So we're doing a better job not carrying as many into debt once they leave. I did some preliminary studies into what we could find in Texas, and we're one of only 3 schools that I could find that have less than a 50% debt rate when students leave. So less than half of ours leave with debt. I'm not sure, and Texas A&M and Texas are in the same category, and most other folks are above 50%. And then the amount of debt is in the top 3 as far as lowest. So we're doing a lot better job, not just with the ratio, but with the numbers surrounding them. And so
Were
very
those
pleased.
were those 2-year schools or Texas schools?
Those are all Texas schools.
Okay.
Are there any questions about this?
It's fantastic. Like, you've been on it, for a technical school, that is an amazing rate, and the front end is so important.
Yes.
Right now, that.
Well, and there's I think it's another testimony to what Mike presented. We're working against a tough economy. We're outpacing our competition, but our competition is using dual credit market and more debt. Typically, you would think if you're running those numbers as high as they're running, you'd be doing it on the backs of the students, and that's not happening here.
Are you going to have a PowerPoint presentation? Rick will.
Tell me what's the definition of honor?
That's a GPA 4.0 GPA.
Those that break the curve.
So I'm going to share some actual data points to what the Chancellor was talking about. And one of the things that I want to start is what appears to be a duplicate slide. If it works. I think so. There we go. It helps if it's on. As the Chancellor pointed out, the data varies depending on who's asking for it and what criteria they will see. This data is straight out of the CoBoard. The data is about the traditional student without dual enrollment. The actual numbers, we're in the 10,000 range, they're in the 500 to 600,000 student range. So it isn't an apples to apples comparison as far as counts go, but it's still giving you the same trend line. All right, that's the important factor there. The other is if we substitute our operational data, which is the way we measure our success, you'll see that this line is actually ticking slightly down or relatively flat. But I wanted to point that out because when you look at my slides, you're going to see, hey, wait a minute, it's not looking the same, but we measured things differently. And I'll explain a little bit more why. Again, to Jeff's point, we are in a down economy, as the Chancellor mentioned as well, and we're able to break that trend. And it's important to note because when everyone else is tailoring down and we're not tailoring, even if we break the trend as far as the decline rate, we're still better off than the competition. In this particular slide, I want to be able to show that even though our enrollment is relatively flat to a slight decline, our new student counts are always getting better. They're above where we've been in the past. The opportunity for us is our returners, the guys falling off the bottom of the pipe. And we got to do a better job of managing that and keep a focus on it. But a factor to that is as we grow our graduates, it impacts our returners. And I'll have a slide that shows you about our graduates and our effectiveness in reducing the churn rate, or how long it takes them to get out of that pipeline, which obviously impacts our returning rate. The other factor that I wanted to point out, even though enrollment is slightly less than our best year in this chart, our semester credit hours are the best they've ever been. The criticality about the semester credit hours is one thing I want you all to take away, because that's the amount of effort we're applying to educate and train that student. The more credit hours they earn in our environment, the more they're in the lab learning that skill. The more skills they get, the better our aggregate earnings will be. Even if they fall off the pipeline, if they leave with more skills, they're going to be better off either way. If they're better off, then we're better off when it comes to appropriations. This slide is looking at our traditional students in an annualized manner and what we call operational data. This is counting a student only one time. It doesn't matter if they're taking online courses in a different location, we're counting them one time and we're measuring their tuition as such. Again, picking on enrollment, our student numbers, as the Chancellor mentioned, that's our number of customers that we have. What I want to draw attention to again is our semester credit hours. The skills they're learning, we're able to grow that year after year, regardless of where we are in enrollment. That's an emphasis of making sure that our kids are getting the right education. Along the same lines, you'll see that our revenue keeps increasing, as well as obviously the revenue per student. And that's associated to the tiered pricing that you all approved a while back, and the strategies that we're applying to making sure that we're charging the right amount of tuition for the relative programs that we have. Now, I tend to get a little nervous when I present, so I go kind of fast, so please don't be shy about interrupting me. I'd be glad to answer any questions at any time, or we can always go back to a prior slide if you like. In this particular slide, I included it on here. Regent Skinner had asked what our enrollment was on a per campus basis, and it's kind of small. But as the Chancellor pointed out, some of our bigger locations are relatively flat, or they'll reflect a slight decline when you compare them for the prior couple of years. You'll see that our new locations are obviously growing very well. You can see Fort Bend jumped from 20 students up to 500. That's a great number right there. But you also see our North Texas locations growing as well. Our units, again, going back to semester credit hours, what kind of skills are they learning? They're showing improvement or a flat type representation. But when you start looking at our revenue, how effective are we in making sure that our tiered pricing and our strategies are correct? You'll find that even though looking at Waco specifically, we're relatively flat, but when it comes to our revenue, we're 21% up. And our strategies are across the board. And I wanted to put some attention on Breckenridge, one of our smalls, and they're looking at a single-digit number when you look at their enrollment. You're looking at our units there are dramatically better than they were a couple of years ago, and their revenues are 17% up. You know, so even though they're small, we're not forgetting about our smalls. We're making sure that everyone is getting the proper attention. And here's a surpriser to some. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to it, but the reality is sometimes we tend to put all our energy in our new because it's exciting, it's a new building, it's a new effort. But even with our Sweetwater location, one of our medium-sized locations, you see their enrollment almost double in the last couple of years. You see their semester credits hours going up, and then you obviously see their revenue just spiking up. Now, I will add that part of that is the way we started measuring students, because West Texas was one. The way we did instruction, some kids were at a smaller location receiving instruction from a larger location. So some of that is attributed to it, but it's not all of it. But I did want to say that there is that in that factor as far as the increase go. This is a very busy chart. But what I wanted you to focus on is we're talking enrollment. We're looking at a flat or a slight decline. But the way Jeff has reorganized his clusters, we have academic, applied technologies, and industrial technologies. When we speak about the skills gap and where those jobs are, they're predominantly in this sector. And even though we're showing flat and we're doing great against the economy and the trend, you'll see that our industrial technologies are doing very, very well. You'll see that our semester credit hours in those technologies are also doing very well. Now, we're not going to even up on the others, obviously. We're going to go back and do and reassess. But I wanted to point out that we are being very successful in recruiting and placing in the applied technologies in the industrial technologies that are most effective and most rewarding to our student as well. Any questions? Here's a graduation rate. This is, again, as the Chancellor explained, it's based on a cohort. So in the 14 fall, we had the 3,600 student new cohort, 15 fall and 16 fall respectively. On the cohort term, all that is how many semesters did it take them to graduate. What you'll see here is that we picked the third semester. In 14 fall, we graduated 8% of our students by the third semester. 16 fall, we graduated 10%. So we improved that rate. When we look at period 8, we graduated 32% of the 14 fall, but we graduated 37% in 15 fall. So we're reducing the amount of time it takes for a student to graduate, which obviously it impacts our returning number, but that's the goal behind it. We don't want to keep them here longer. We want to get them out the door faster and make them more successful. As you can see, in comparison to 15 fall, it took us 11 semesters to graduate 37%, and we trimmed it down to 8%. Now, the tricky part about this chart, it looks, wow, we're cutting it straight down, but the reality is they're still in the pipeline. That number's still going to grow. They're still there. It's not over yet, and you'll see our numbers get better as we start reporting more and more on those. Here's a big chart. This is a chart straight out of the COBOARD data. This is what the COBOARD uses to calculate our return and value funding formula. This is their data that our team was able to compile and be able to generate this number for you. These are our aggregate earnings. This is the total number of students and their total wages based on the biennium that the funding formula was used to be calculated. This is a 2016-17 biennium. This was the last biennium, 18-19, and this is the biennium we're in today. You'll see our aggregate earnings increasing impressively. We had a blip here where a cohort count was in the single digits, but look at our average wage. The big thing for me on this, and the biggest takeaway, is those semester credit hours. We're not stacking the shopping cart with junk food. We're filling the shopping cart with healthy food. So when they leave here, they leave here better prepared. And if you have this type of small increase here, but you're doing this to the average wage and that to the aggregate, the kids are better prepared when they leave. Reducing their graduate time means we're compressing our schedules and we're educating them better while they're here. So even if they leave, they're leaving better prepared. Now, as the Chancellor mentioned earlier, if I slice this chart based on the kids that had a credential and the kids that left without a credential, you would see that the earnings are twice that. I didn't put it on here because we haven't mined the data deep enough to get a real understanding of where that is. But our biggest opportunity right now is, one, to reduce our leavers and make them graduates, and two, life happens. We all know that. Kids reach into situations that they can't recover from. It was going to give us an opportunity for Jeff and his team to revisit the curriculum and the course sequencing. So if for whatever reason they happen to leave by the second semester, they got all the key courses they needed for that particular program. Even it might be an equal credit hour ratio, but if we're better at scheduling the courses they take, the better skilled they'll be and the bigger their average earning wage will be. We want every kid to be a graduate, but at a minimum, we want them to leave here very well skilled. That is our goal. In summation, again, we're breaking the employment trends. We are recruiting more new students. The aggregate doesn't reflect it, but we are recruiting more new students. When we work on our retention, we'll see the aggregate grow. We're graduating more students and more students faster. We're placing more students, and kids are being successful when they leave. We're increasing their earnings, and this is the key. This is our future. We grow revenue with a smarter product mix. When I have the 3 clusters shown on there, focused on industrial technologies, we got to do the same thing to every program that's providing a reward for that student. And we'll be doing that. Jeff and his team will study that, and we'll make sure that we do everything we got to do to make every program as successful as they can be. Again, I tend to go a little fast.
Let me just add to what Rick said, and Rick accentuated this, and he said it exactly right yesterday. We have a responsibility to both the state and to every student that pays money to come here to get them in the best paying job possible. The greatest opportunity to get employed in the highest salary possible, which is why we're going to continue focus. And it's in our mandate in 135, high yield, high demand programs that are not generally taught. And so I think that's well accentuated there. And we'll continue, as he pointed out, he began with showing the relative market that we're working in. It's a tough market that we're working in, but as we get better at what we're doing and increasing the turn rate and getting them out faster, we will actually be working against ourselves in a tougher market on keeping that incumbent student body there.
It's a valid point. When you look at the unemployment trend, we're competing against the employer. Kid go get a job, kid come to school. Right? So we're not only competing against community college, we're competing against the employers that are snatching up people as quick as they can. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Chairman, that concludes the Student Learning Committee.
Thank you, sir. The next committee is Curtis Cleveland, and Strategic Relations Committee. So you say strategic planning, it's all one word.
The Strategic Relations Committee is going to have 4-minute orders to present. We have 2 oral reports to present to the board. We're going to do the minute orders first. Okay, so Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Regent Cleveland. Before we jump to the minute orders, they're pretty perfunctory, and we'll go through those real quickly. I wanted to introduce and call Beth Wooten to join me. Beth is our new CEO of the foundation, and as you know, when Elton announced his retirement, Jeff transitioned over to student learning, so and Beth and Jeff had worked together for many years, and Beth accepted the position of CEO for the foundation. And fortunately, we've had Regent Honey and Regent Cleveland who have served on our foundation board before, so they're familiar with what some of the actions that we'll have in the board meeting. And then Beth is going to also just give a brief oral report on some of the updates with the foundation. She also runs event management and the Office of Sponsored Programs, so our grants and that division. So in addition to the foundation and advancement, so she's a busy lady, but we're happy to have her in this role. The first minute order is number 25-18C regarding the approval of the TSTC Foundation operating plan for the period September 1, 2018 to August 31st, 2019. This is just a routine annual event that we ask the Board of Regents to approve. So the recommended minute order is the Board of Regents of Texas State Technical College approves the TSTC Foundation operating plan for the period September 1st, 2018 to August 31st, 2019. Okay, and then the second minute order is, the proposed minute order is 26-18C, and it is in regards to the revised MOU that between Texas State Technical College and the TSTC Foundation. As you know, we're going through a lot of our policies and records to make sure that we're prepared for our reaffirmation that's coming up. And this recommended minute order or proposed minute order is acting on behalf of that. We were operating under an old MOU, and so we're just cleaning that up and making it reflect the current structure. So the recommended minute order is the Board of Regents of Texas State Technical College approves the revised memorandum of understanding between Texas State Technical College and the TSTC Foundation. And Beth can go ahead and give you a brief oral report of the foundation.
Sure. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Chairman and Regents, for having me. I'll just give you a brief oral report and entertain any questions that you may have at the end of my report. Madeline is going to pass out for you our hot off the presses FY18 Foundation annual report that we just received in our offices a few days ago, so I'm sorry that you did not have an advanced copy of it, but it is hot off the presses. This is the third year in a row that we have been able to produce this written report, and I'm very proud of it. And what I'd like to do is just reference for you, if you don't mind, once you all receive it, if you would turn to page 6 of the report, and then of course at your leisure you can read through the rest of the report and ask any questions that you may have. But I just wanted to give you a quick report on the work that the foundation has done, the impact that we've had this last fiscal year. And so on page 6 we have some data points that I'd just like to point out to you. This in fiscal year 18, our total value of cash gifts, we raised a total of $1.6 million, $1.675 million, which represents an 11% increase in cash gifts over that of FY17. We received a total value of capital gifts of $3.3 million, which those capital gifts support our new investments in Fort Bend County and in Abilene. We received a total value of in-kind gifts of $1.8 million. And we had a total number of donors at 618. The bottom 3 data points, or the data points I think that I'm most proud of, because I think it really tells the story of the impact that the foundation has on the college and our students. Of the total cash gifts that we received, 1.4 were dedicated solely to student scholarships, and that also includes emergency funding for students. So we were able to award to students 1,506 total scholarships. So we were able to have a direct impact on 1,500 students this last fiscal year. And of that, the total value amount that we awarded was $853,000. So I'm very proud of those numbers, because I think, like I said, it tells the story of what the foundation can do for our students. And thinking about the conversations that we've been having already this morning, and talking about the opportunities at the foundation, how we can help the college and the strategic initiatives. 4 years ago, we launched a scholarship campaign, the Texan Success Scholarship Campaign, with the purpose to directly impact enrollment. We raised scholarship money to incentivize enrollment. It was to benefit new students, part-time and full-time, coming in. And we've recognized, and I work very closely with the enrollment management team and financial aid, we recognized over the last 18 months that we have a challenge in the pipeline that Chancellor Reeser talked about. And so what we're focusing on this year is to continue that scholarship campaign, but we're going to allocate a portion of those funds to help retention efforts specifically. So while we've got the opportunity to help those students get in the front door, we can also help get them across the finish line. And so those are some of the things that we'll be focusing on this year. So this is just a high level. This is our annual report from this last year. I just wanted to give you a little overview on that. And then the annual operating plan is in your board notebook. And I would be glad to, as Gail mentioned, it is a high level overview of our strategic plan for this next fiscal year. And so if you have any questions, I'd be glad to entertain any questions. Okay.
An interesting stat that we can follow from year to year is, I calculate that 14% of our students receive scholarship funds from the foundation.
I did not know that.
I just did that, so.
I know that about 75 to 85% of our total students are on some kind of financial aid, but that's
14%.
14% is okay. Okay.
Benefited by the foundation, so that can be a matrix we can follow year to year. There's another
Okay. Something to,
goal.
yes, I'll add it to the list. If there are any questions about the foundation operational plan or the annual report,
Any questions from the regents?
does anyone have any questions about the revised memorandum of understanding? Would you like me to go in a little bit more detail about that?
Well, just generally, there's no more, the only changes were technical changes as far as the structure because of the way we are now, but nothing substantial.
No, sir. And actually, as Gail mentioned, it is a part of our reaffirmation efforts.
Right.
Because we were operating under an outdated MOU. Actually, it was with the college and the TSTC Regent Circle, and we have been in our current form since 2002, I believe. But the other purpose for revising the MOU was at our last site visit from SACS in 2014, they did recommend that there be a better written explanation of the finances of the foundation and the separation of that between that and the college. And so those are the two reasons primarily why we chose to go in and revise the MOU. And I think you'll find that it is actually a more thorough, it gives you a more thorough written explanation of and definition of the roles of each of the two organizations.
Excellent.
So, and I would like to also say that our Office of General Counsel has reviewed it and they've approved it, and the Foundation Board of Directors has also approved both of these two documents. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion to approve the minute orders?
No, we'll catch that later.
Okay. So now we have Roger Miller, who is our guru in Austin, and we're about to start a session, and so we've got a game plan.
Thank you, Regent Cleveland. This will be the final board meeting before the 86th legislative session starts, so we thought this would be a good opportunity for me to visit with you, give you a very brief kind of update on what we've been doing in preparation for the session, take a real quick look at the political landscape right before we get to the session, and then actually look at our, specifically our budget requests that we are pursuing in a priority order. So, have you passed out I've got a little folder for you, and on one side is simply hard copy of the PowerPoint that I'll be doing. On the other side of the folder, you'll see something called Backgrounder for the 86th legislature. I put this in just as kind of an information piece. It's something we developed for our provosts to use and for others as they visit with community leaders or EDCs or business and industry to try to elicit some grassroots support for our efforts. But I thought y'all might find it interesting because it actually gives some background from coming out of the last session. It has a real simple 3-sentence message to the legislature, which basically it says fund performance first and return TSTC to its historical commission rate. And then the third page are summary points, which also can be talking points. And so I'm not going to go over these, but I thought you might get some value out of having that. So I am the Chief Government Affairs Officer for TSTC. We have a small team of actual members of that team, but we have a much bigger team in that we depend on so many of the other functional areas to support our efforts. Whether it's Beth with events management and the foundation, Nick with creative services, Jonathan and Belle with fiscal affairs. Everybody has been involved in both the preparation of an interim strategy and in the preparation for how we're going forward in the session. We couldn't do it without the rest of the team. The Chancellor is the actual head of government affairs. This is, well, and Vice Chancellor Lawrence is active on almost a daily basis, helping in terms of meetings and strategy and consulting. So I'm going to go pretty quickly through most of this. I expect you may have questions, so please, at any point, start asking. So at the conclusion of the last session, we said we need to take stock of what went right, what went wrong. It was a tough session. TSCC wasn't singled out. We were treated much as the rest of higher education was, but the net result was, by treating us the way they treated the rest of higher education, we took a hit. You've already alluded to the fact that we earned, according to our formula, a much greater amount of money than we actually received. So we said, okay, let's take stock of what we did. Let's figure out how we can address the interim in an aggressive, ambitious way so that this doesn't happen again. We did that. Let me introduce Marlene McMichael, who is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Government Affairs. Marlene has been the project manager for our interim plan. She has been the taskmaster. She wields the whip. We have regular staff team meetings. We have assigned tasks. We have report outs. We check every box that we can. In a very general sense, we divide it into 3 different strategies. One is the capital strategies, and that's those important meetings. How many touches can we have with key legislators, with staffers, with decision makers, the governor's office? So we have, part of our strategy was very focused on the capital itself. We have internal strategies where we want to work with our provost out in the communities. We want to work with you, and I'm going to talk about how we're going to ask you for some help at the end of this presentation. And we'll work with our foundation board and ask them to support our efforts, and they've been very good about doing that. And then we had external strategies, which is creating messaging partnerships with support groups and potential allies and partners. As an example of how that has worked, the Texas Association of Manufacturers has adopted TSCC's funding formula as its #1 priority for higher education for the coming session. Our friends have gone so far during the interim as to say, tell us when you visit with a key legislator, and a week later we're going to come along behind and visit with the same and underscore your message. So we've had tremendous, much more than I've ever seen, support from our industry partners and our business partners. The next 2 or 3 slides I'm going to share is just an example of the kind of information that we're using for some of our targeted meetings. But one of the slides actually is what the Chancellor referred to when you were asking the questions, Ellis, about how much should we be getting. So the first slide, we used to say, you gave us a funding formula based on performance. Well, guess what? It's working. It is motivating the right outcomes. And this demonstrates that the return value has gone up and up and up, which means our funding should go up and up and up. This is the slide that the Chancellor was referring to. So in the first session that we were actually funded under the return value was the 83rd. They used a 33% commission rate to determine what our funding would be, and it resulted in $90 million. We went back to them the next session and said, historically, really, that is too low. The calibration isn't right. We ought to get more than 33%. They increased it to 36%. We got $94 million. Then we get to last session. The decision was made to hold all funding formulas in higher education constant. What that did was that held us at the $94 million when we had earned $121 million. That's the figure, Ellis, that you were asking about. That pushed our commission rate down to 28%. The next 2 are forecasts of what we will be getting, should be getting the next couple of sessions, but it also demonstrates if you hold us steady, you're going to reduce our commission rate from 36 to 23%, and that, in that case, the formula just is not working. If you're not going to fund it at a stable, reliable, predictable rate, it's not working. So this has been one of our more effective slides. Any questions about that?
If you probably, I don't think you can answer this, but I'll ask it. If we didn't use the formula, if they're going to,
if we're still on contract now,
if they're not going to live up to their deal, then, and we went back to our normal, the old way, how much would we get?
I can't answer that. And Jonathan, do you have?
Just the only, the only response to that I'd say is not near as much as we could, because this rewards effectiveness and contact hour funding doesn't. It just rewards butts and seats on the 12th class
We
day.
wouldn't get as much as we went back.
Because we have different incentives today.
Yeah. I don't have a direct answer for how much, because we don't track the contact hours, so we can't say that this is how many. But if we get funded at the historical rate, I can tell you for sure it would be more than we would have made under contact hours.
So what would the political cost be for us to go to the legislature and ask to be returned?
It would be tremendous. But I will say this, what part of our message this session is, you asked us, we responded, you said, let's try performance-based. I said, and we say to them, if you're not going to pay us according to the formula, then there's no formula. I mean, it's name only. And we're getting, I will tell you, I'm diverging a little bit from my prepared remarks. This interim, we have had the best reception that I can remember having. We have had people in leadership positions in the Senate and in the House and in other offices say, we look at what happened to you last time, we hear what you're saying, we're going to help you this time. Now, I am cautiously optimistic. You never know till they put the numbers in, but our reception has been extremely positive.
So would you so are you saying you would write off that and just hope that you're optimistic about getting it for the future?
Yes. Well, that's not necessarily right, because if we get funded at 33%, that will be on top of the 94%, so we'll recover some of what we would have had. Jonathan, is that accurate?
Yes, it'd be a significant increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just put this up here because this again is kind of an informative piece. This is a timeline for how the funding formula came about. And so, especially for our newer members of the board, this will give you some idea of the evolution of the outcomes-based funding formula. Okay, so the message about the interim is that your team has worked harder than ever in an ambitious, aggressive interim strategy. Now then, I thought, and if there are no questions about that, I thought I'd take just a minute to talk about what the political landscape is. What just happened? We just had an election, and it is significant in Texas. I won't talk about the national election, although that's kind of interesting too, but in Texas, you may not have had a statewide blue wave. The top level positions are still Republican positions, but you definitely had a blue wave in Fort Bend County. You had a blue wave in Harris County, and Dallas County, and Travis County. And the net result in terms of the capital is you had 2 congressional seats flipped to the Democrats, so the Democrats picked up a net 2 there. You had 2 Texas Senate seats go from Republican to Democrat, and that's significant for us because the way the Senate works, that gets the Democrats within 1 vote of being able to block legislation that the Republicans would want to bring forward. Under the rules of the Senate, you have to have 3/5 vote to bring up a bill. The Republicans had the number last time. They could bring up any bill they wanted, whether Democrats like it or not. This time, if the Democrats recruit 1 senator, they can block a bill from coming up, which probably means the Senate will do less social legislating, bathroom bill, and more economic business. So I would think for us that's not necessarily a bad thing. On the House side, the D's flipped 12 seats. There's still a question about 1 or 2, but it looks like 12 seats, which means the division went from 95 Republican and 55 Democrats to 87 and whatever the math is. So now then the Democrats are within striking distance of being level with the Republicans. That's going to have a lot of impact, or potentially, on who the next speaker is. We have currently 6 active speaker candidates. Chairman Zerwas, who's a good friend of ours, has backed out. He's withdrawn, so he's not in the mix anymore. But there's six active Republican and one Democratic candidates who have filed as actual candidates. That doesn't mean that the field is limited to them. You could have a dark horse come out of anywhere. But the next step is going to be the Republican House Caucus meets, I think, on December 6th. They're going to see if they can agree on one candidate that all the Republicans will support. Good luck. But it could happen. It could happen. If they're not able to do that, then the Democrats have some bargaining power and will help determine who the speaker is. What is the budget outlook? We left the last session being told by leadership with a revenue estimate for the biennium and told by leadership, we're likely to face the same kind of budget crunch next time as we're facing this time. They actually postponed some big ticket items like Medicaid, which will have to be paid for this time in arrears. They do that through a vehicle called the supplemental bill. Remember that, because when we go through our budget priorities, there's an item on there that we're going to ask for inclusion in the supplemental bill. And then you had Hurricane Harvey. That could add anywhere from $600,000 to $2 billion in cost. So that's the bad news. The good news is the economy has greatly outpaced what the original revenue estimate was, to the point that last summer, Comptroller Hager increased the revenue estimate for the interim that we're just completing by $2.8 billion. That means that's money that will be available to pay for some of those big ticket items, plus you've got billions of dollars in a rainy day fund, which there's a lot of discussion that this time they may tap into that for one-time items such as Hurricane Harvey. That means there's more money available for the rest of us. So there's bad news that we've got a big hole we got to climb out of, but there's good news that there's more money than they thought they were going to have. And if oil, and remember the two drivers of the revenue estimate, oil and gas prices and sales tax, both of those greatly outpaced what the prediction was. And so if the economy stays strong, we ought to have a higher revenue estimate for this time. Okay, some key dates. One of these, I want you to take special note of, but the session starts on January 8th. We have a biennial event that we call the TSDC Legislative Staff Briefing that we've been doing for several sessions now, where we put on a function, do some kind of fun event, bring all the staff in, and then lay out our agenda and what we're asking for and answer questions. So that'll happen January 17th. We also, and the older members, well, I shouldn't say the older members, the more distinguished members, the ones that have been here longer than the rest of them, we have biannually a TSDC day at the Capitol, and that's a pretty big deal. And so we encourage regions to attend and be part of that with us. So if you'll mark your calendar, you'll get a lot more information about this as we go forward, but that's going to be on February 27th. And then the other two dates are just kind of, the last day to file bills is March 8th, and hopefully they're through on May 27th and you don't have to have a special session. So those are kind of the key dates for the session. During any session, these are the kinds of things that we're doing. We have a bill tracking system. Last session there were 6,600 approximately bills filed. We look at every one of them, at least the caption, if not the whole bill. Then we determine which of those bills might have an impact of any kind on TSDC, and we enter them into our bill tracking system. I think, okay, first of all, out of the 6,600 that were introduced, about 1,200 of them passed, so about 1 out of every 5 bills passed last session. We actually actively tracked 230 bills, somewhere in that range, that we're watching on a daily basis to see when they're coming up in committee, to go talk to the sponsor, or maybe just to monitor. We have, at times, gone in and said, this bill really hurts us. There are times we've gone in and said, this bill leaves us out. There are times that we go in and say, this is a great bill, so anything we can do. So we're very active outside of the TSDC specific agenda, which is budget-centric. We attend, okay, so you've got 4 substantive committees, the 2 appropriative committees, Finance, Senate Finance, House Appropriations, House Higher Ed, Senate Higher Ed, and then several other committees that have bills that affect us. We attend any committee hearing that has a bill that we're tracking. We try to, or that looks like it has a possibility. We attend every one of our substantive committee meetings. So that's one of our main. We provide testimony. By we, I mean mainly the chancellor, but he's asked to testify at several different committee hearings during the year. So that's a big part of what we do. And then we have frequent meetings with all sorts of folks. Now, this is our ask for this time. This is what we're going to, and you've got this in your packet there. These are our budget requests, and this is in priority order. Our first and biggest request is you have to fix the formula and fund it. Return us to our historical range of 33 to 36% and give us the money. That's our first and biggest ask. Any questions about that one? The second is on dual credit. When we launched the new funding formula, a casualty was dual credit because it just didn't fit into the parameters of how you figure that. We've tried ever since to come up with a method to get paid by the state for what we do on dual credit. There seems to be agreement now that we should get paid, and we should get paid the same way the community colleges do, which is based on contact hours. So that's our second big ask, and that would result, I think, I talked to Bell earlier, and this year, instead of 2.2 million, it'd be like 2.4 million. That'll vary every time according to how much dual credit we're doing. The third ask is on transition funding. That's code words for operating funds for new locations. They're too young to have matured onto the funding formula. So until they do mature onto the funding formula, you've got to have 5 years of tracking their results plus a couple more. It takes about 7 years to get a cohort into the formula. So until then, the operating funds have come through a special item called transition funding. Unfortunately, the last 2 sessions, special items, not just these, but everybody's special items for the most part, have been cut each session. So we're asking for restoration of transition funding of about $7 million in addition to what was in this year's budget. I think it comes to a total of $17 million for transition funding. The third one is something that you'll only see one time if we get it. This is the one that I talked about. We're going to ask for inclusion in the supplemental bill. This has to do with all of the housing and buildings on the TSTC Waco campus that if you drive back through the back door, you'll see that are laced with asbestos siding and lead-based paint and cracking clay pipe water system. So we're asking for a one-time inclusion of almost $30 million so that we can demolish and abate. And we're actually getting some positive response that, yeah, that really is the kind of item that we'll look at least for a supplemental budget request, but that's a lot of money. The next item is forecasting curriculum development. We are actually mandated in our code to provide forecasting and curriculum alignment for the rest of the sector. We've done it for years, but that is actually where C4EO resides. We've never been able to get additional, that's another one of those line items that over the years has slowly decreased. So we're asking for them to bump that line item up to 1.5 million to help support that operation. And then finally, capital needs. This is kind of a placeholder. We've not heard that there are plans for tuition revenue bonds or any other kind of major capital outlays for buildings. But we want to go on record as saying when you do start considering those things, and it could be this time, but probably not, when you do start considering those things, we want a place at the table. We have some needs as well. So that's a placeholder more than anything else. That's it. No, it's not it. I've got something along with Region Cleveland here in a second, but are there any questions about any of that I just covered? If not, if you notice, you got a packet with some note cards and another folder that was placed in front of each of you. And in it, so here's the idea, and this is actually the birth child of Regent Cleveland. He actually was listening at an orientation when he was told, you know, as regents, we want to hear from you. Your input is important to us. So we thought it might be appropriate to provide you with some note cards with some addresses and names of senators and representatives from where you live. But we can add to that list if you want to do more, and then a suggested message. But what we're asking is, if you're willing to do it, write out some handwritten note, or it doesn't even have to be handwritten, but write some notes, send them to your legislators, and the one thing I would ask is that if you're going to do this, keep us in the loop so we know who your contact is, especially if you hear back from somebody, because that's information. Do you want to say something about that?
Okay, so I'm going to go a little step further. He said, if you will do it, my proposal to us is that we need to do this. When Alex and I went to the training last year, which you're going to hear when you're there were 4 or 5 very influential legislators there. And the one thing I came out of that meeting was they said, we need to hear from you if you want us to help your institution. So we're the ones that need to be the leaders in doing that. And they do want to know who we write. So my request is not, will you do it? My request is we need to do it.
And I would say there are a couple of names that are on here that need to be updated. We still have Senator Huffines down, so we'll need to substitute Nathan Johnson. And Joe Strauss is still on here, and obviously he's not going to be back. But I would not limit it to the ones that we put here, because anybody that you have contacts with, I was visiting with Regent Honey last night, and one of the speaker candidates is somebody whose father-in-law lives in Longview. And so if you have contacts like that or special relationships, let us know about them, because they could be very important. At the right time, they could be a difference maker. So.
Roger, I think we can even expand on what Curtis said. I think if we can write these to the legislators who serve the areas where our campuses are.
Okay.
I think that would, to let them know that we're looking at it.
I'm going to work with Maddie. I'll get a list of those names. At the bottom, we're suggesting they send it to their offices at the Capitol, so the addresses really for senators and House members are the same for each of them. You just have different names. But we'll provide you with a list of our delegation. And then for any of you who have specific, I know so-and-so in El Paso, tell us, any information you've got, we'll provide to you. And Maddie, I'll work with you to make sure we distribute those lists.
Thank you, Roger. Mr. Chairman, we have 2 more minute orders.
Yes, sir.
Ed Vallejo is going to present the revised bylaws that you requested be reviewed. Ed?
Chairman reads, Edward Vallejo, the General Counsel's Office here at TSDC. Back after single accreditation in 2015, which predates my time here, but back then it was necessary to revise and update the bylaws. And as you said, after the last meeting, I think the chairman appointed an ad hoc committee to start their revision and updating of the bylaws. They did. A management team here at TSDC also started a review of them. Ultimately, that review and those revisions ended up on the desk of Ray Rushing. He completed his review, and then I believe well over 30 days ago, all of you should have been emailed or should have taken possession of those revised and updated bylaws. And so ultimately what we're asking exactly is that the Board of Regents approves the TSDC Board of Regents bylaws. And so it's relatively simple, and that's all that I have today, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. I want to extend appreciation to the ad hoc committee that worked on this. Keith Honey, Alex Mead, and Tiffany Treat worked on this, and I think we got a good product, and I appreciate very much y'all willing to take on that task. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 1 more minute order. Mr. Stuckley is going to present the Educational Partnership Agreement order.
this is a minute order that we need to revise as we move toward our accreditation coming up next year. One of the things that we started looking at when I took over this role, when looking at all contracts and agreements and partnerships, was looking at a consistent language. But when you look at the current policy that we had, it mentioned consortia and contractual relationships. The Southern Association, our accrediting body, has come up with formal definitions of consortia relationships, and as we started looking at our partnership agreements with our three key partners, WCJC down at Fort Bend, Navarro up in Ellis County, and of course Temple College at Hutto, we found out that the terminology in the agreement that was used at the time doesn't meet the SACS definitions. And so because when you look at their formal definitions, they talk about transcripting credit. We don't transcript credit from those institutions. We transfer credit from them. That's part of our arrangements that we have. And as I've been going through the last few months, updating those partnership agreements and working on new partnership agreements, whether they're upward articulation agreements with four-year universities, we're looking at some two-year agreements. We want to make sure that the terminology that we use in our SOS covers all contractual relationships and are not defined and limited by the new definitions that were put out by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. And so therefore the recommendation is to change the policy to match so that it will cover all of our contractual relationships moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion to approve all the minute orders?
No.
Then our committee is complete with our reports.
Great. Thank you very much. We've been at this for almost 2 hours. I think I'm going to have a 10-minute recess. Anybody here? It is two,
Past Craven is the next one.
it is 2:40. We're going back in session. And the next item up is facilities. And it's Ellis, you're up.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, we met this morning, and we have no minute orders. I'm going to ask Rick Herrera to give 2 reports.
If you could turn to page 59 on your board book. Page 59 contains a list of all our major projects that we have in process today. I'm sitting in for Ray Frieda, normally does it, so I'll give him all the credit to all the summary I got. What he does on our project updates is he highlights or denotes the changes in red so you can quickly see what's changed from the last board meeting. As you can see, the top 3 projects are complete or near complete. Project number 4 is showing a 22% complete from the prior board meeting. And that has to do with the monuments and wayfinding at some of our locations. Ray did include a couple of pictures for you to see regarding those monuments. This one here is the one in Waco. You might have noticed it as you drove in. In the few times that I've been in Waco, I've already noticed a few people standing out there taking a picture, and that's ideally what we'd like to be able to do, and I'm hoping we see that continue across. And this is the monument we have in the Marshall campus, and we're following the same design and layout across the state. The other locations' monuments have been designed, and they're in process of being scheduled for construction. Project number 5 deals with the repaving of some parking lots and roads in Sweetwater. When we post our bids, the response we got was a bit higher than what we expected. Ray believes that the current activity of work in the area by TxDOT is making our request a little less attractive than building miles and miles of road. So we're going to go ahead and repost that one and look for another bid. And project number 6 deals with rather than rebuilding the dorm that was completely destroyed in the fire at Sweetwater, what we're going to do is we're going to contract with an architect to create a master plan and improve our existing facilities. Based on the analysis that we did, we have existing capacity for the next 5 to 8 years. So building a new dormitory probably wouldn't be the best situation at this point. And we believe that the condition of our current dorms is such that they need some TLC. And this is an opportunity to try to be able to get them to a better living standard than where they are today. That concludes the report for major facility projects. The next report is on page 60, and this is our deferred maintenance. Traditionally, the report that we bring forward is one that is called the Campus Condition Index Report, and that was formatted by the Texas Higher Education Code Board. They've since then decided not to continue to do that, but we're still required by Texas Education Code to present our deferred maintenance status to you. And we've formatted this report and we'll continue to use this format on a go-forward basis. What we did to the report, though, is we segregated the major projects away from your traditional deferred maintenance. Your traditional deferred maintenance is the color that's shown in yellow. It kind of dwarfs the deferred maintenance amount, but the reality is the deferred maintenance amount is still very important, very critical to our campus. What you can see is that we did a lot more money this particular fiscal year than we did prior towards the deferred maintenance or the traditional deferred maintenance, and we're still under review for that as we move forward through our fiscal year. We do have some money available that we might be able to repurpose towards that as we evaluate where to better allocate our existing available budget. We still have an $8 million situation in Waco that deals with the water project, but as Vice Chancellor Miller reported earlier, we do have that in a special request. And if it gets awarded, we'll be able to take that off and cover that particular deferred maintenance through that particular line item. Any questions?
I do have, sorry, go ahead. It's not pertaining to this, just a general question. What is the relationship between TSCC and the airport? Does TSCC own that?
Yes.
So we maintain it and all?
Yeah, but TxDOT, there's several different agencies involved.
Yes, we have to comply with FAA, TxDOT, TSA, whatnot.
The folks in the control tower,
No, those are by the FAA.
Okay.
Yes. They manage that, they administer it, they decide how many people to have on staff. And we're also in works with to try to figure out when it's adequate to actually apply a radar system. So all these flights today are being managed without a local radar. All right, so it's challenging. And all that is based on the number of flight activity that we have, and we actually have an improved flight activity. Most recently, there's L3 is doing actual drone pilot training. So you'll see the drones flying around in Waco. And every touch and go is a tick mark for it. So the more flights we have, the better the odds that we'll get a local radar.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, we have more flights than Waco Airport does.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but the only non-commercial airport in Texas that has more cycles than TSTC Waco is Ross Perot's Alliance Airport in Metroplex. We are the largest non-commercial airport in Texas, except for them.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you. I was wondering about that.
Thanks, Rick. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Keith?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Along with myself, Regent McDonald and Regent Meade met with Jonathan Huckstra and a number of his staff and other staff from the college this morning. We had a very robust discussion about both the minute orders that you'll see coming as well as his reports. And in addition to that, we talked about the employee engagement survey, quality enhancement plan, and the annual review of depository agreements. So I'm going to call on Jonathan to review those minute orders and give us his oral report.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to begin by making an introduction. I didn't do it in the introduction of guests because this is a new member of the family. Pamela Mayfield's in the back, and she's our new Associate Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. I just wanted you to be acquainted with her, and so we welcome her aboard. Okay. Yep. I wanted to make mention in January we will have the strategic planning retreat, and one item of note is we will take a look at our role and mission as an institution. That's actually required under the SAC-COC reaffirmation process, and so just wanted to give a turn signal with respect to that and anticipate that'll be a good discussion. Okay, I'll be efficient. Here we go. Minute order 2918C is on page 62. This relates to much of the discussion that Mr. Mallory had pertaining to Senate Bill 20 that was adopted at the 84th legislature. It became effective on September 1/16, and with it came a big slew of compliance and requirements, some that institutional resources may or may not have been available. One of the elements of the Senate Bill 20 was to impose the requirement of the board to adopt several contract management related policies, some of which we already had in place, some of which we needed to adopt. So you would recognize that we already had in place policies related to code of ethics, policies for investigations of fraud and a compliance program, and internal audit protocols. Yet to be adopted was the requirement for a contract management handbook, contracting delegation guidelines, and policy for the training of officers and employees that are authorized to execute contracts. So that's what this policy, that's what this board policy would approve, is the adoption of those three elements. And so we ask for your approval of that. We do have a contract management handbook. We work with Mr. Mallory and making sure it's appropriate in addressing those compliance requirements. We have had an established delegation of authority. The executive leadership team reviews that annually. It looks at contracts not only on a dollar threshold basis, but on a type of contract. So this contract management is not just about procurement. It relates to revenue contracts and such. So we ask for you to approve that. Page 63 is the next minute order, and it also pertains to the procurement processes for the organization. It addresses how we go about making purchases in the organization and the thresholds that determine that. The overriding objective pertaining to the state requirements for procurement are that the state get best value. We ask that we revise our bid thresholds so that we can be efficient and apply value add to those highest risk, highest value transactions. And so on page 64, you would see the current value ranges that determine the type of procurement method. And so currently, if it's $0 to $4,999, we're allowed to purchase things through the best value or spot purchase. But then once it reaches the threshold of $15,000 to $49.99, we actually are required to obtain informal bids or quotes. And then currently anything $25,000 and above would require a competitive bid process, and we're asking to switch that to $50,000 and above. That's really more consistent with our industry peers, and we were able to share some of those at the last working committee meeting in August, and so this will enable us to be both more efficient and effective. The next minute order is on page 65. This is a follow-up to our attestation and Senate Bill 20 discussion earlier. This is with the passage of Senate Bill 20, contracts exceeding $1 million required explicit authority from the Board of Regents to approve. So the board can delegate authority to the Chancellor to approve certain types of contracts, but that has to be explicitly approved. This one pertains to our media buying services. We actually entered into this contract before Senate Bill 20 was adopted, but as we've evaluated whether we need to be, whether we're in compliance or not, we thought it would be good to disclose that and make it right. So we've got it submitted here for your approval. So the recommended minute order is the Board of Regents authorizes the Chancellor or his designee to execute contracts in excess of $1 million to purchase advertising and media buying services. The next minute order is on page 67. This pertains to our airport here on the Waco campus. We currently have a facility on the Waco campus. It's referred to as the 8-1 hangar, and there's a little over 24,000 square feet of unoccupied space. It's currently a non-earning asset for the organization, and we have a prospective tenant that's engaged in military training of drones, and so they seek to enter into a 1-year contract to lease the facility, which would have a 90-day exit provision for them or us. We will incur costs associated with some of the deferred maintenance on the facility, but those costs will be subsidized by TxDOT grant funds, as Regent Skinner alluded to earlier. The minute order does reference the financial wherewithal of the prospective tenant, and we wanted to disclose that, although we did feel like the contract was a strong basis for entering into the lease, as well as the exit provisions that are contained within the lease. And on page 69, you can see a layout of the associated facility. On page 71 is our policy for investments. During our deliberations later, we'd ask that we move this out of the consent agenda so that we can, one of the regents can abstain from the voting on this, as they have a relationship with one of the institutions that's mentioned in this. But this is an annual policy approval that's required under the Public Funds Investment Act. The policy in the Valley, and we appreciate your advocacy for us. Okay, page 82 is minute order 35-18C, and this relates to another contract that exceeded the $1 million threshold. This pertains to our fleet of auto vehicles. We currently lease a significant portion of our fleet from Enterprise. And so as we have increased our usage of them, our number of vehicles with them, the life value of that contract has exceeded the $1 million threshold. And so we're asking for the board's approval to engage in, to execute leases that exceed $1 million for fleet management. And that concludes our minute orders. There are a number of reports, and you'll notice that throughout the report section we have really a new look and feel for several of these reports. We seek your feedback in determining the usability of these. I'd love to hear if you'd like to see different things on this. So page 85 begins a series of reports on our profit centers. And so I'm going to walk through the new format briefly, and then we'll dive into the profit center performance directly. In the upper left-hand corner of the profit center report, what we show is last year's results versus the plan. That's the very top left. In the dashed line, you would actually see the planned level of performance, and in the solid bar chart area, you'd actually see the actual performance. And then there's a couple rows of figures. That's the net contribution margin, essentially the bottom line, and the opportunity for you to see plan versus the actual performance. So in this case, you have $123,000 of operating income, roughly, from the food services. And so we compare that to a $134,000 plan level of performance, and that gives you a sense of how the report works. On the bottom left portion of the report, you see the 5-year trend of revenues and expenses. And those expenses actually are inclusive of capital items such as bond or debt repayment, or capital assets that are acquired for the profit center. So it's really a look at cash flow for the operation. On the right-hand side of the total report are details of the operating performance. And one enhancement you'll see between now and the next report is a percentage of sales figure for those different cost categories when you see it in the future. So for this particular report, we operated slightly below plan. We did see improvement over the prior year from a net loss of $200,000 to a net income of $120,000. This is primarily related to management of food and labor costs at one of our locations, and just an overall increased revenues relative to the prior year. Page 86 is our profit center report for our campus stores. The bookstore was significantly short of plan, and a big element related to this was our plan included anticipated sales from the sale of academic books for dual credit programs, which we diverted away from. And so we see a significant shift in revenues associated with that. That, along with continuing challenges with book sales and really the challenges of book adoptions, which is requires significant collaboration between the instructional divisions and the bookstore as they make plans for how many books students will use in the program. So unless there's questions, I'll proceed. The housing report is on page 87. We had a healthy discussion about housing in the working committee, about our progress to date on the housing plan here for Waco and across the state. The housing plan departed from plan performance, and that's really related to two things. Revenues were slightly below expected levels of revenue, and about 2%. But the biggest thing that caused the change was actually the consultant project that we have, which was not incorporated in the original business plan for the housing operation. But after you see the bottom line, trend, after reinvesting in the property and trying to maintain the property, it's very difficult to operate that and see it as a viable operation as is, and therefore we're looking at new alternatives. Page 88 is a report of performance on our airport operations. And so the airport revenues were short of plan. We did not realize rental revenues that were anticipated in the business plan. And I think the business plan anticipated further commercial development than we've actually realized. You'll notice that we've, the costs, there are restrictions in the use of funds associated with the airport. The airport, and the airport terminology for this is really in the fence. You're required to keep the costs associated with the revenues that are earned from the airport focused on activities that support inside the fence activities. And so the other thing that we manage as we do that is we try to optimize the level of support we get from the Texas Department of Transportation. So those grants usually have some form of match. In one grant, it's a 90-10 type of arrangement where we contribute 10% of the cost and the Department of Transportation will do 90%. And then the others are usually a 50-50 match. And so there's some optimization that goes on in terms of what projects we do and how we use the revenues and apply them appropriately so we can maximize the reinvestment back into the airport. And so looking at this as a profit center has that caveat of, the funds raised from this airport really stay within the fence of that airport. There is some potential commercialization value when we've talked to private industry about the sort of economic development potential of our airport. One of the things we constantly hear back is, well, the training arm that you have attached to that airport is of significant interest, and so I think that's interesting in terms of the airport and its connection back to our mission. So anyway, we had quite a bit of discussion about that earlier. Page 89 is a report on our Skills Engine operation. This is a profit center that's operated in Austin under our Center for Employability Outcomes. You probably saw Michael Bettersworth here earlier. This is the operation that Hughes began under the mandate for technology and advancement and forecasting. Skills Engine operated slightly ahead of plan during the last fiscal year. The revenues nearly eclipsed their revenue plan, but there was a strong management of their expenses, and they were able to keep our investment below what we had anticipated in the actual planned activities. Page 90 is our report on industry relations. Our planned increase in revenues was based on really the development of training contracts that were largely going to be grant supported. So we have a division within industry relations called workforce training, and it's aimed at training of incumbent workforce, and it's generally funded with grant dollars. We did not realize near what we had anticipated in terms of training contracts for that division, as well as we had a customized training program that the related contract ended up dissolving, and we did not realize the revenues that we anticipated. Currently, we're reevaluating the plans, the business plan. It's under new leadership, and so we'll await a new plan for that division.
So what's an example of capital expense under that?
So that program will actually purchase instructional equipment for some of those training contracts. And a good example of that, there's a couple of trainer aircraft that they purchased for that customized training program. All right, page 91 is a switch to another set of reports related to our budget performance. Again, this is a new look and feel for some of our reports. We've got some trend reports that begin there. The first report is a filtered look at our budget that's focused on our core operations, really the training and instructional areas. And we do that so that we could, because these are more normalized, and you can kind of see really how we're doing. And you can see sort of how the revenues accrue over the course of the year and the expenses accrue over the course of the year. The dotted lines show our budgeted amounts that we began with, and ultimately the adjusted budget line item. You'll notice the revenue line item starts at, pretty healthy there at the beginning of the year in September. If you run a business, you'd love to have that situation. That's actually our appropriation that's available, at the Treasury on day one. And so you kind of see the revenue balance increase practically during the course of the year. There have been years where that number has dropped when we heard from the governor that we're going to curtail that back. And so you can see the expenses tracked over the course of the year. We felt like historically it's been, we've given you a look at sort of expenses and our spending plans during the course of the year, but we didn't get to see revenues near as much. And so that's what we're trying to achieve with this. But again, we'd love your feedback as we continue to share this information with you. The next page actually shows all the funds of the college, and so you'll see that it looks quite different when you're not just focused on the core operation of teaching and learning. You see things come into the organization like plant funds. We have, so for example, in fiscal year 2016, we issued bonds of nearly $100 million in March of 2016, and so you see those revenues increase significantly. Those bond proceeds might not get expended for several years, and so you'll see ups and downs, swings in the budgeting, and so that's why we give you two different views of it. And then the last page breaks it down by category of spending for a little more transparency or illustration of how we applied the budget. This was the last 3 fiscal years. We'll share with you the current fiscal year in our January meeting as time has gone by, and we'll share with you our performance relative to budget. All right, page 94 begins, these are routine reports related to FTEs. Page 94 is our report on the full-time equivalent employees funded with appropriated dollars. That is capped in our appropriation bill. And so what you would see is the threshold, that line relative to each of those bars, and then our performance is in gold, and you see that we're below the cap in all categories statewide or even at individual locations. We are authorized to move FTEs around as appropriate. That's really hasn't been necessary with the board, with the legislature increasing our FTE allotment during the last legislative session. Page 95 illustrates our change in FTE composition and funding source over time. And so there's a number of things going on there. The increase in appropriated FTEs relates to our new campus growth, and which are largely funded with appropriated dollars. And then the other category relates to our budget management, where we've identified positions that didn't have a mandate to be funded with appropriated dollars that we could switch over into appropriated type positions. There's a premium that we pay on positions that are not funded with appropriations. We pay the benefit load of those positions. And then you see the net of those with a sort of overall compression of a headcount of 37 FTEs over the last 5 years. That's broken out in more detail on page 96, where you see it by campus. And so you see compression at the bigger locations like Waco and Harlingen over those 5 years, as we've really tightened down our organization and become more streamlined through the merger and through an overall focus on margin. And then you see some increases at locations like Fort Bend, North Texas, East Williamson County, and what we can. So what's exciting is while we've grown into 10 campuses, we've actually compressed the overall headcount of our organization and been able to focus on new capacities in regions like Fort Bend, Williamson County, and North Texas. Okay.
Jonathan,
Yes, sir.
Just for information for the board, next meeting we'll have a further breakdown of personnel in terms of instructional staff and administrative staff and management, et cetera. So we can see changes in those particular categories as well.
It's available. We'll have it ready for you. Yes, sir. All right, page 97 is a report that actually is birthed out of the Public Funds Investment Act requirements. All of our investments are required to be sufficiently collateralized by those institutions. This report demonstrates there are no collateral busts as of the end of the year, August 31, 2018. The next report, again, is a new look and feel on our investment reports. You can see how those funds are allocated across different types of institutions and their investment performance. On page 99, you actually see the performance benchmarked against a couple different rates there, the current one-year Treasury bill rate and the LIFR money market funds average return, which, I'm pretty happy with 1.8% compared to a year or two ago. I think our last report in the document starts on page 100. We provide this report in our November meeting and in our late spring meeting. This relates to semi-annual report on certifying debt management policy compliance. And so this is our attestation to the board that we are in compliance with our debt covenants or debt requirements. When we submit this, we also provide some additional information about how we're leveraged, what our debt position is, We include in there our leases, operating leases such as the master lease purchase program, where we lease equipment from the TPFA, which has had a growing interest in terms of our total outstanding debt. So that's short-term debt, that's financing equipment, and it's largely paid for with startup funds that support those campuses. Page 103 lists the rating from our bond analysts. We actually have 3, Fitch, S&P, and Moody's. Some rate some of our debt and some rate others. I think this is always of interest for the board. We've, in the last year, increased our outlook from 2 of our rating agencies, and we always think that's of note for the Board of Regents. And with that concludes my report.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our committee report.
Thank you, Regent Honey. This moves us to the consent agenda. I have some items on that I'd like to move to the new item section. That's 2518C, Foundation Operation Plans, 2618C, MOU of the Foundation, 2718C, bylaws, 2818C, policy statement of statewide operations, 3318C, approval of policy or investments, and 34-18C is the dealing with the center down in Harlingen. I'd like to put those in new business items.
I think there's one more. Isn't there 3518C in the next page?
What?
Isn't there another, I think you missed 3518C?
Oh, I did. I marked it. I'm sorry. We'll leave that one on.
Oh.
Let's move 3418C to closed session.
3418. This one.
And so that needs to be closed session.
Cannot.
Correct. New business is a closed session.
I'm going to move all this to new business. Does anybody have any other items they'd like to put into new business or? Oh. Hearing none, I'm open for a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is item 2918C, 3018C, 3118C, 3218C, and 3518C.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote.
Aye.
All motion carries. Okay, we're going to move on to, we'll come back to new business after the open session, after the closed session. Let's go ahead with public comments. Are there any? The procedure for the public comments at TSTC board meetings are governed by the Texas State Statute, bylaws, and the Board of Regents of TSTC. Section 551-042 of the Texas Open Meeting Act restricts the TSTC Board of Regents from having any dialogue in response to public comments. Are there any public comments? Anybody sign up? Nobody wants to say anything. That's good. Hearing none, we'll close that. We will now move into closed meeting. The meeting of the TSTC Board of Regents held at the Conley Meetings Conference Center in Waco, Thursday, November the 8th, after proper posting in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code and specific purposes provided for Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074 will recess from open meeting into closed meeting. At this time, the board will adhere to the following procedures of the closed meeting. The public may remain here in the room, and we will return and announce any action, and then also we'll take up new business. At this time, we'll go to closed meeting. It is 3:40 to 3:21. Was adjourned at 4:55. The open meeting reconvenes at 4:57. There was no action taken in the closed meeting. We need to go back to the new items, to vote on those. Okay, we're back at new items. Where Pat is. What we're gonna do?
He's here.
Okay, new business items. We moved from the consent agenda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. And we need an individual vote on each one of these. I'm going to need a motion to approve the TSTC Foundation operating plan for a period of September 1, 2018 to August 31, 2019.
So moved. Second. Alex and I are ready to go.
Let's get this over with then. Have a motion, second, any discussion? All in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
I need a motion to approve the revised memorandum of understanding between the TSTC and the TSTC Foundation.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Approved. I need a motion to approve the TSTC Board of Regents bylaws.
So moved.
The motion?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
I need a motion to approve the revision to the policy statement of the statewide operating standard ES 2.18 Collective Educational Partnership Agreement.
So moved.
Second.
You make the second on that, Pat?
Yes, sir.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the policy of investments.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from this discussion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Motion, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
And I need a motion to approve the purchase of the Development Corporation of Harlingen, Inc. interest in the University Accreditation and Career Center at TSTC in Harlingen.
Second.
Motion, second. Motion, second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion approved. Great. Thank you. We got that through that. Bear with me, man. Okay, we are down to election of officers. Ray Rushing sent out a notice on this and should have been sent back to Ray's office.
I got that slide right up there. Yes, sir.
I really didn't write this, I promise. The nominees, Chairman Hanschel, Vice Chair Dozen, Executive Committee 1, Skinner, Executive Committee 2, Curtis Leach, same one we have now. This is the recommendation of this is the nominees. Any other nominees? You If not, I need a motion to elect these.
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve. Okay. Thank you all very, very much. I really look at this as an honor and enjoy doing it. I feel very, very strongly about this organization.
Mr. Chairman, we need to vote.
Yeah, no, we're ready.
Yeah. No, we don't vote.
You don't want the vote?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Should we call it, should we call it Trump?
Thank you all. All right, moving along. The next meeting date will be end of January. It'll be tied in with the workshop.
What's the date on it?
29th.
It's the final page in your book.
I think it starts on the 29th.
January 31st
Is the meeting.
is the board meeting.
29th, 30th.
29th and 30th is the planning session. Yeah, there should be a final page.
Here in Waco. Yes, the last.
Yeah, it's in Waco.
There you go, last page of the... Next item on the agenda is for no comments by the chancellor.
Other than thanking the events people for the wonderful work they did, I have no comment.
Any comments from board members?
Not me today.
Sir.
Curtis?
No, sir.
Alex? No, sir. Hearing none, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? We're adjourned.